Buongiorno a tutti, un bentornati Equinox Arena per dare modo così tra pochissimo di iniziare quella che è un'altra degli importanti appuntamenti internazionali riservato al campionato d'Europa Children 2023 per una stagione agonistica che prosegue un'edizione dove quest'oggi i primi 63 percorsi saranno dedicati tutti a coloro che partecipano a titolo individuale. Dopodiché, terminati i primi 63 percorsi, ci saranno 30 minuti di break per poi dare vita al secondo giro e decisivo di quella che sarà la Team Competition 2023 riservata al campionato d'Europa Children 2023 qui a Gorla Minore. Andremo tra poco ad iniziare la gara dove Andrea Colombo ha realizzato e costruito il tracciato per tutti i giovanissimi amazzoni e giovanissimi cavalieri che partecipano all'edizione 2023 del campionato d'Europa. 500 ai metri, 86 secondi, 350 metri al minuto la velocità di questa gara.
Good morning and welcome back in the Arena Equinox. The European Championship for Children is underway. This is competition 3 for the individuals. Well, today after the first 60 challengers, we will have the teams. So we have the third competition for the individuals, but the second and final round for the team competition. This round is set on 500 meters, 86 is the time allowed, and the speed is 350.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to the FEI Jumping European Championships in Gorla Minore for 2023. It is the young riders, the juniors and children that have gathered together to bring out the very best of youth competition here at this fabulous venue in Italy. And we are all getting very excited because as we start now on day 4, the medals are getting set to be awarded for the first time, because a little bit later on we will come to the conclusion of the children's team competition. We start today with the children in action, with individual competition obviously throughout. It'll be the third round of what is the individual competition for the children. But once we get through the first 63, which will all be just jumping as individuals in their third round, we will then move in to the team competition. The top 10 teams qualifying for today, of which we have those 5 teams all tied on 4 faults. So it's going to be really, really fascinating. Starting us off is Romania's Alexia Arona Carissa and Campino 515 on an individual mark of 40 to give us our first little look at this course. It's set by Andrea Colombo and the team. It has a time allowed of 86 seconds. It is set at a height of 1.30 meters, although really, unfortunately, that is not what we were hoping for to start things off, because it is elimination for Alexia Arona Carissa there and Campino. So not to be for them here today. We will reset and look to go again in a moment with the combination for Croatia. Well, here we go. In fact, there's a change in the order. So it's Kyra Atram riding here with Vezinio Okoko. This is for Turkey, starting out on an individual score of 12. For your reference, 17 of what is just over 100 individuals, 103 individuals, 17 of them will come forward today in the individual competition, still on a 0 score, having jumped clear in both the first and second round of the individual competitions. Top 30 will qualify to go then in to the 4th round of the individual competition, which is of course where they will be looking to go and get into the medals. Well, I think they're having a bit of a difficulty there going down that line towards fence 7, so just now circling back after the refusal, coming and having another go. Looking from here, it seems that there's a little plank on top of that fence as well. Coming now up this final line. 6 strides down and over the little water trays to finish there. And they finish on a total of 35 for that combination, riding as individuals. For Turkey, Kaya Atram riding Venecio of Coco. Well, they pick up, of course, time penalties in there as well, going over the 86 seconds. It is Madeleine Ashton Fushtegard next to go, riding Carrera ST. They start on a individual total of 40 here today.
Sul percorso c'è Diana Kabanova dalla Slovacchia in sella Kadi van Knuffel.
In fact, I believe this, listening to the arena commentators, could be actually Slovakia's Diana Kabanova. It is indeed Diana Kabanova now riding Kari van der Knuffel here for Slovakia. Still the individual total of 40. Fascinating course, really. Twisting and turning them around the entirety of this track. It's 500 meters, quite a long course. Round to this 6 stride distance to finish, coming past the in-gate. Oh, and has the last down as well to finish on a total of 56 today. So they, for Slovakia, there was Kati van der Kufnel and Diana Gabanova. I'm under the impression the next to go will be Igor Tishenenko riding Pico S. Also coming forward on a total of 40 so far.
And now representing Ukraine, Yakurzes, Yegor Tishenka.
Coming to the first. Oh, unfortunately, that fall there. I hope that they're okay, but sadly, a really sad and disappointing end to the round for Igor there. It's not been the easiest week, but certainly not the easiest to finishes either. We must remember how much hard work, how much effort these individuals have put in to getting to these championships. Such an amazing opportunity for them, but glad to see they're at least able to walk away. Well, the next out will be Gura Hop, and this is for Sweden. Wilma Linnell on a total of 20. Sweden unfortunately missing out on qualifying for the teams today. Just for your information as well, the teams that will be in action for the medals a little bit later on this morning: Portugal, Belgium, Poland, Great Britain, the Czech Republic, France, Spain, Ireland, Italy, and Germany. Well, again, finding it hard here this morning. Wilma Linnell there receives the belt with a good hop for Sweden. So next to go will be Hungary, and a combination that come forward on a score of 12 in terms of their individual performance. I think we've got ourselves a little bit ahead of time. We've had a few drop out as well, so therefore I think we're just waiting a moment for the next to come forward.
Con I colori dell'Ungheria, Maja Péter in sella a Cortez.
It is indeed, though, Cortez, ridden by Maja Péter. Total of 12 so far over the opening 2 rounds. Is this the 3rd round for the individuals this morning? Being background now from 3 to 4. Oh, they've just all lost their momentum there, unfortunately. I'll see the flag going up from the judge out by the tree, as they are going to have to come back again in a moment, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult because you're coming back to the double. But unfortunately, the energy just coming out of the canter and then getting into difficulties at the first part of that double. There's the bell to restart them. Unfortunately, they stay on, but it is the second refusal, just not wanting to go in and through properly at that Stefex double there. So that certainly is elimination as well for Maya Pietz and Cortez.
And we have the next from Denmark.
Now we're going to have a combination riding for Denmark. This will be Laura Slokraja riding Kikora. They start today for Denmark on a individual total of 12 as well. Unfortunately, again, a difficult end to the round for Laura Slokraja there, and Kikora for Denmark, as that fall is at the double. That Stefex double that's proving a little tricky in places. As you can see, the horse absolutely fine. Well, there's the bell as things restart now.
Here we have now from Hungary.
It is Hungary's Dama Przewalski riding Prince of Persia. Now, this is a partnership that start today on a score of 4. So at the moment, the highest ranked that we've seen with just that 4 penalty score over the opening 2 rounds. Second fence going down. The total after 2 days or 3 days of jumping in the Hungarian combination there for Adam Przeszowski on a total of 20, because it's 16 today and 4 for their scores so far.
Rihanna from Denmark, Selma Unbord-Dressler.
Selma Homburg-Dressler here with Rihanna coming back in to this double. And sadly, the last goes as well. So their total over the 3 rounds is 49 for the round there for Selma Homburg-Dressler and Rihanna for Denmark.
Latvia now, Anna Salmina Calgary du Senior.
Well, here on course now is Anna Salmina riding Calgary de Senior. They come forward on a individual total of 12 starting out. Down they come towards this little parallel, then right-handed to this final line. These 6 strides on the 8 faults here today. 20 as a championship total so far. Finished off well, although safely inside the time to just pick up those 8 today for Anna Salmina there for Latvia. So it's a total of 20. across the championship.
From Turkey.
Turkey next, Belma. Neil Erstrand
Belma
starts today on a championship score of 16 across the 2 rounds, riding Cayennes. And what a strong way to finish that round off. They pick up those faults today, but it only takes their championship total to a score of 24 for Turkey there, and Belma, Neil Ediston and Cayennes. So a good finishing round to get to 24. The best score so far, a total of 20 over 3 rounds of jumping. Now, Romania and a 12 fault championship score, and El Botier riding Cadillo Dan Vitier. On themselves down this line, coming in to this combination of fences, upright, parallel, then into this line of 7 strides. A little bit of a curve here, and they go right-handed, back on themselves into the final line, just catching them out there as well.
So
they finish on a championship score of 16, which is in fact, just with the 4 faults there, the best score so far, as Romania's El Botier. Next up, Fabian Tullig, Sweden's turn with Vero. Best of the scores so far then for the championship, 16. Fabian Tullig starting today on a championship score of 8. Fabian Tolek then coming down towards the combination here with Vero. So far, just the 4 added on today to that score from rounds 1 and 2. This, in these early stages, could be a championship best score so far. A lot of jumping to come, and as I said a little earlier, the 17 riders tied on a clear at the moment. That is a championship score of 16 as they pick up the 8 today. So it was Fabian Tolek there for Sweden with Vero.
Per la Polonia, Michalina Lacka in sella T-Gold Quidam the second Zeta.
And here is the next from Poland, Michalina Lacka, T-Gold Quidam Z.
So this is the turn of Michalina Lacka now riding T-Gold Quidam Z, and this combination who ride for Poland start today on a score of 12. Coming round now to this line of 4 to 5. Still clear so far today. Well, putting in a clear round performance at the moment as they now turn back in to the final line of jumping. Although the time perhaps getting a little tight for them, they might just get in. But what a great round that was. It's the first of the clear rounds here today, and they put in a starring performance to be the first clear of the day. So well done to them. They finish exactly where they started on that championship score of 12. A very, very well-ridden round from Michalina Lacka there, riding T-Gold Quidam Z. Well, they've shown the way. Now on an 8 fault championship total, 8 penalty total. It's Troyes next. Troyes Revicius riding here with Calamiro W, riding for Lithuania. Well, they pick up that full fault score at the front of that line, going into the double. And get to the end on a score of 12. It is just that early fence down, and they finish on 4 today, but it is a championship score of 12. Ties them level as the best so far. That was Troyes and Adventius there, riding for Lithuania with Clarimo. So, like we saw with Michalina Lacka, they know both tied on 12. Top 30 riders will go forward in to the final.
From Principality of Monaco.
Monaco next, Valentine Platini, riding Calais on a championship score of 16 starting out today. Into this final line of jumping on the 4 penalties here today. Keeping it to the 4 today, 20 is a championship score there for Valentine Platini for Monaco.
Il risultato ottenuto da Valentine Platini
that was the Monegasque
rider.
rider.
Dalla nazione del Principato di Monaco.
Still then the best score so far at 12 from 2 of our riders, but many more still to come. Now we have a chance for the Slovenian partnership here of Lina Rocchio riding on a championship score of 12, riding with Romana. Into this line that takes you down to the combination. They finish on a score there of 28 overall, so picking up those faults today, certainly dropping them down the order. Lina Riccio there and Romana for Slovenia. So that is still the best scores are that of the 12 scores for Poland and Lithuania's riders. Swiss rider Nikita Gavin now on a championship score of 16, starting out on this Friday morning. This is Obra's Sugar Babe and Nikita Gavin for the Swiss. Brilliant little round of jumping, clear round of jumping for Nikita Gavin there as she scores the second clear of the class and finishes on that score of 16 penalties. So really nicely done. Jumps it all the way. And there with over Sugar Bay, but gives us the second clear of the day. So sticks with 16. Still, I remind you, we have 2 on 12, but really positive round of jumping there from the young Swiss star. Laura Magay, next up, this has the chance to take an overall lead because they start today on a score of 8 in terms of their opening 2 rounds of the championship. The Lithuanian rider riding Need for Speed. .36 is the total as they round there for Need for Speed with Laura Magay, then for Lithuania. So we pick up the focus on the next to go, Elodie Hanselman, now the best placed so far, potentially, as they start with just that 4 penalty score for the championship's opening 2 rounds for the Swiss rider. So certainly in contention to get through into those top 30, you would expect, if she can jump the clear today. Good luck on Caluno Tedolen, Elodie Hanselman for Switzerland.
E adesso andiamo a seguire Elodie Hanselman in sella Calumoter Dolden con la Svizzera.
Here is next from Switzerland, Caluno Terdolen, Elodie Hanselman.
They finish on the 8, so it is just the 4 today, but it is a clear championship leading score at these early stages here in the Children's European Championships for Elodie Hanselman and Kalena Tudulin. So they'll be delighted with that. It is the 4 today, the best overall score for the championship so far. This next combination actually start their championships at third round here on a score of 8. It's Annabel Bondar riding Identity for Hungary, as the partnership now would need a clear to tie level with that score from Elodie. Here they come, still holding on to that 8 full score at the moment. 2 fences to jump for a share of the lead in these early stages, but what a day it will be if they can finish with a clear round here. And that they do. Oh, yes, they are in on the clock. I looked at the time, but they're fine. It's a brilliant round, a clear round. Well done to the Hungarian combination there of Annabel Bondar and Identity. They are indeed able to jump the clear and finish on the 8 penalty score. So 2 on 8. Next to go, another combination that could finish on 8 if they can jump a clear round here. Jiska van der Ende riding Miara STBZ. This for Belgium. Jumps through the combination well. They're on the 8 vaults so far. Well, 16 for a championship total there for Jiska van der Ende for Belgium, picking up the 8 today to finish their 3rd round of jumping. Now, Ireland having quite some European championships at the moment, that's for sure. Of course, there are 3 categories of teams. Harry Rush is the Irish individual here riding Tabby, and Harry on a championship score of 15 after the opening 2 days. Irish quartet will be out later in the team competition, obviously. the 4 as it stands today. Looking around, coming in to the horse's head, down to the prestige fence. Finishing on the 4 today. So it is 19 as a individual total across 3 rounds for Harry. And that there with Tabby for Harry Rush. Now, taking us into the break, a combination that has the opportunity to take the outright lead on a score of 4 for the championship over 2 rounds so far. It is Brianna Elena Vasilin riding Diams de Mazur, the combination that ride for Romania. There will be a grading break after this, as far as I'm aware, but the championship score, just the 4 from 2 rounds of jumping. Into this final line on a score of 8 for today. 12 is the championship total, and rattles the last, but it stays on up. So it is a total of 12 for the championship there for Brianna Elena Vasilin and Diams de Mazur. So riding there for Romania to bring us a third of the way through the action already this morning. We haven't got to the teams yet. They come later. Meanwhile, more individuals to follow on. We'll take a short pause, come back in about 10 minutes' time.
Prova sì. Bene, signore e signori, come vedete il campo è pronto per riprendere la gara. Torniamo ad informare tutti voi, a ricordare a tutti voi che dopo il 63esimo percorso di questa mattina ci fermeremo 30 minuti per dar modo poi di dare vita al team competition del campionato d'Europa Children 2023, quindi il che vuol dire che tutta la prima parte è dedicata a coloro che stanno affrontando il campionato d'Europa a titolo individuale.
As you know, the European Championship Children is underway for the individuals, but today we will have also the team competition. So after 60 seconds to go, we will have a 30 minutes break for starting then the team competition.
Andiamo a proseguire con i colori della Norvegia a titolo individuale. Naturalmente Alexandra Pensgaard Olsen in sella Corrada HM.
Welcome back to the live action from Gorla Minore in Italy for the FEI Jumping European Championships. It is the Children's European Championship that we are concentrating on this morning, and these individual riders that are coming forward in this class, because we will see, of course, a little bit later on the teams, but right now we have the second third of this class, which is the remaining individuals. We'll then take a 30-minute, half an hour break before we start with those team competitions. But this is the ride now for Alexandra Pellegar-Olsen riding Corrada H. Started the day on a championship score of 4, but with that earlier fence down. Now on an 8, and an 8 is the best we've had so far for an overall championship score. From the individual's perspective, this is their third round of jumping here in Gorla Minore. So that's the top 30 will qualify to go forward into the individual final here over the weekend.
Alexander Olsen and Corrada HM.
Sani Illey dalla Finlandia in
So they finish with that total of 12 for the championship. That is Alexander Pellegar-Olsen and Corrada HM. Sani Illey also on a score of 4 for the overall championship, with just one fault, or one fence down over the first 2 rounds. Rajanka is for Finland. The 4 so far today could take a share of the championship lead if they can just negotiate these final 3 fences. Got a little bit deep there, and sadly they've come down. You can see wearing one of those air jackets though is able to get straight back up, and the horse is fine. But after what had been such a good performance over the first 2 rounds, just taking a moment just to recompose herself, which is more than understandable. And the medical team, in fact, just there on standby as well, if required, but with a little bit of luck, Sani will be a-okay. So what a shame after the Finnish rider had done so well over the past few days, and hasn't worked out on Janka. In fact, we will just take... There she is, back up on her feet. There we go. That's great to see. Just needed to get her breath back, probably. A little bit grey up there in the old sky, isn't it? Hopefully it will clear off. There's that sunshine we've been enjoying. So now we have a combination that are starting their day on a championship score of 8. So we have the opportunity to tie at the top here. River Monoskov riding here with Checkpoint Chaco. This is the first of the Dutch riders we see here
per
today.
l'Olanda adesso sarà River Monoskov in sella Checkpoint Chaco.
hopefully about to stay on the 8. What a lovely round of jumping that was. So we get a clear round for the Dutch rider and a share of the lead. On the 8 across 3 rounds of jumping. Arriva Moroskov there. Goes clear. Checkpoint Jacko. 4 clears today.
Clear round by River
And 3 of the riders on a score of 8. Luis Hakotin now also on a score of 8, so looking to share that lead with his Célide, who's here as the next to go for France. Oh, that line just catching them out towards the end of the track for that combination for France. So Louise Akhretwin then finishing on a overall championship total of 12 as the second to last goes down. Picks up the 4 today with Uccello Duhis.
Valeria Dragomirycka for Ukraine. Stella.
Well, next up, it's going to be another that could tie for the top as things stand. These still very early stages when I remind you we're talking about an 8 full championship lead. There are 17 riders that will appear later within the teams on a 0 score. And there are plenty still to come on 4s. But this is Valerie Domrknescha riding Stella. Riding here for Ukraine. On the 16, 8 so far today. Jumping over the last to finish on the 16.
8 is the result for Stella and Valeria.
So that was Valeria Domrknescha riding Stella. So they finish on 16 as the championship score. Amelia Banks-Clark will be next. Now Amelia, who rides for Monaco on a horse called Hokan, starts today's third championship individual round on an individual score of 12. Towards the combination we go. What a great round. It's a clear round, and they do indeed finish on the 12 that they started on today. And what a really positive way, whatever happens next, to finish things off in round number 3 with that clear round. So that was Amelia Banks-Clark. That's the 5th clear we've seen today. Mike Schmitz on a championship score of 8, so could tie with those 3 other riders that are also on an 8 penalty score after 3 rounds. Mike riding Lantaro von Hoff.
Le penalità, il risultato della gara da parte
it
di
is
Mike Smith.
a total for the championship there is 6. 4, so they
for Turkey, the next is Mahmoud Khan Dohan.
Well, they pick up a total of 16 for the championship there, Mike Schmitz and
Fiorucci.
Lantaro van Hoff. Now it is Mahmoud Khan Dogan, it's Turkey, and another rider starting on an 8-fault score here today with Fiorucci. Those riders tied on 8 as it stands. Elodie Hanselman, Annabelle Bondar, River Morenskov, the 3 of them at the moment. Well, at least they've managed to keep that forward momentum and keep going.
Due gli errori commessi, 8 è il risultato
So they
ottenuto da
finish and recover
Fiorucci.
well.
8 falls for Mahmoud Khan Dohan.
E adesso è arrivato il momento di seguire l'Italia, rappresentata in campo da Daphne Giunti in sella Londra dell'Ox.
So now we come to the first of the combinations on a 0 score after one of those 17 at the top on a 0 score after the 2 rounds of competition. So this is Daphne Grinti riding Londra del Toxa, and this is obviously trying to ensure that she gets through to that final championship individual round on the clear, and give herself every opportunity of competing for a medal. A very composed round so far. And a clear round for the Italian to show the way with a brilliant performance. They just keep jumping clear. And Daphne Grinti there gives the clear round to the Italians, and that is our overall leader. And now it's up to the others to see if they can continue with their own clears and share that lead on an individual basis going in to the weekend and the individual medal competition. 3 rounds, 3 clears from Daphne Grinti there for Italy. Now it's Austria. Anna Flutz riding Z, 7 Coranas the 5th. Starting, I should say, on a 4 penalty score. Well, they finish where they start because they also jump the clear, and they therefore finish on the 4. So you get a great round. We're starting to see these riders as well, just beginning to unlock this course at the beginning.
We have now representing Romania, Ana Maria Diaconu, Olympic Dream.
Well, this is Anna Maria Diaconu then, and this is also a combination that start out on the clear round today for a share of the lead. They are riding Olympic Dream 6, the partnership riding for Romania. Well, that's gone, and therefore so is her chance of the clear today, sadly. But this is going to be where they all begin just to get whittled down a little more, and you've got to think quite a lot of those that are going to be coming back. There are still a few other riders within the, what did I say, 17 of them that are with just individuals, but then you've got the ones that are competing in the teams as well to come a little bit later. Just the four, though, they keep themselves up there and finishing there on the 4. It is a championship score of 4 for Anna Maria de Cluny there, and Olympic Dream 6 for Romania. Nina Hutsager next to go. This is for the Netherlands, and also on that championship score of 4 so far. On that 8 faults now for the championship as the plank goes down. Well, it is 8 across the championship there for Nina Hutsager, and that means 4 today and 8 overall for the championship there with Chakatana. Sophia Kingdon Clark. It's Norway next up with Cocktail. Another on a championship score of 4. Down now, still on the 8 faults so far for this round. So there we have it. It's a total of 12 for the championship for Sophia Kingdon Clark there for Norway with Cocktail. Picking up the 8 penalties here today. Emily Sjøsted Bowl is next, riding Medea, the next combination, also on a championship score of 4 so far. The outright lead for the championship is with the 1-0 score that has been achieved so far, Daphne Goriti, but we've only seen 2 of those starting on 0 so far, one of them going clear to keep that in check. nearly home. Still bringing a wonderful round to bear here. Emily shifted the ball and Medea jumping over the last for Denmark. And that is clear. So they finish on the 4, and it'll should hopefully see them, of course, then through into the top 30 for that event on Sunday.
Round by Emily says that ball. Now from Great Britain.
Next to go, it's the British individual, Ruby Payne. Ruby, who starts out on a championship total of 8 penalties. She rides White Spark Pepper. She's had 4 faults. Currently on a championship total of 12. Coming down towards the last. It is just the 4 today. It is a 12 fault score for a individual for Great Britain, Ruby Payne, and White Spark Pepper.
Ruby Payne
Shot clear on day 1. And finish on that 12 penalty score across the 3 rounds of jumping. Now for Sweden, and Valentina Karl riding here with Tiger Rose. The partnership here starting on a championship total of 4. Keeping this very neat and tidy at the moment. Now though, down to the combination. Three jumps left. One away from the clear. And the clear is theirs. Well done. It's a clear for Sweden's Valentina Karl. And that sees them stick on the 4 penalty score. So a brilliant clear round here in round number 3 for Tiger Rose and Valentina Karl. Nicely done. So, clear round as well.
Clear round by Tiger Rose and Valentina Karl.
Stellar Heiligres next to go. Also starts on a championship total of 4 here for the Dutch rider, riding Katenga. just the 4 so far. 8 as a championship total, but gets a bit deep. Has to recover, and unfortunately, is she going to still come to the fence? What a brilliant recovery that was. Superb leader riding from Stella. Recovered really well from a difficult moment towards the end there, but it is a championship total of 12 for Stella Hagenes there and her ride Go-Go. Maximilien Fimpel now with this ride. This is Cartenga. Go-Go was in fact Stella's ride. Cartenga for Maximilien Fimpel. The combination for Germany that started on a championship score of 8. That early offence down to coming out of the double there. Put them onto a championship score now of 12. Shortened up nicely. Germany, of course, very much part of the team competition. That's their individual rider. Finishing then on the 12, it is the 4 penalties today for Maximilien Fimpel there and Cartenga. So a team championship total of 12. Emilia next to go for Lithuania here. Emilia Zanakusketi riding here with Kares. The championship score from the opening 2 rounds is 4. Just running a little bit out of gas somehow, though. Got over the first part, although they struggled a little bit more at the second part of the double, hence it went down. Lose their championship score on to 8. Well, they finish on the 8 for the championship with the 4 today and the 4 from the previous 2 rounds. Emilia there and Carolelis. 8 penalties is the championship score as it stands for Julia Hanke, riding now with Jumbo B, the Austrian partnership. On the 12 as they land for the championship. It is just the 4 today for Julia Handke there and Jumbo B for Austria.
4 il risultato della gara, la gara di Jumbo B.
Fourth for Jumbo B and Julia Handke. Polina Kostienko, Principality of Monaco, Noblesse Van de Doncourt.
Now we move on to this partnership for Monaco, Monte Carlo here. Polina Kostenenko, riding Noblesse Van de Donkohova. Their championship score of 4 so far. Quite a long run, isn't it, when you come back from 3 to 4? Down through the double, now over the plank. And they managed to finish on the 4 as well, so they also joined that lineup on a score of 4. And their time 82.58 here today. So there we have it. It is a 4 penalty score for Polina Kostenenko, there, Noblesse Van de Donkohova.
Vanessa Ingrid Pezzina, i colori della Repubblica Ceca in sella Durian HDH.
Next to go, also looking to try and finish on that score of 4 is Vanessa Ingrid Pezzina, riding for the Czech Republic here with Dorian HDH. Again, it's that final line this time that gets in the way. So 12 it becomes. It's 2 that have fallen. It is 12 that is the championship score there for Vanessa Ingrid Pezzina and Dorian HDH. Now, another on 4 is another Sweden here as well. This is Nikki Anderson. Nikki riding K&T Kabaku. The combination next up. The bell just going there for this next of the individual riders. After the run of individuals, which we have approximately another 10 to get through, We will then have a 30-minute break before we start the team competition. The teams today, we have the top 10 teams competing for the medals. It is the second and final round of the team competition. And of course, all those riders will also be scoring on an individual basis as well. But our focus very much will be the medals on offer in the team competition. Still on the form, so therefore still clear for the round here, the third individual championship round. And there we have it. It is the clear round, and it goes to Sweden's Nikki Andersson. With that clear, they finish on the 4 penalty score here today. So well done, Nikki. Well done to KNT Cover Q. Next up is a clear. When I say a clear, I mean a clear so far in the championship. Looking therefore for a tie at the top in terms of making sure they are on a 0 come the start of the individual medals. This is Joanna Fabian riding Chabal for Hungary. The 0 score from rounds 1 and 2. Could it be? Could it be? Yes, it could for Joanna Fabian and Chabal to jump the clear. And it's now 2 riders that have managed to stay on that 0 score. 2 of the 3 we've seen start have jumped clear in round 3 as well. So Hungary joining Italy with a triple clear so far. But let's see if Sweden can be part of it too, because Alice Nordberg is also on a 0 score from rounds 1 and 2. The ride here is called Jota on that 0 so far. Well, today hasn't quite gone as well as the other two, because today it is two that have come down, and it is a score of 8 for Alice Norberg and Jata. So,
per quanto riguarda la prova di oggi.
As I said, today we started with 17 riders on a 0 score. We've seen 4 of those now start, and 2 of those, unfortunately, have not maintained that. So 2, though, certainly have, Daphne Galifi and Joanna Fadrian. Now, though, to a rider on 4 from the opening 2 championship rounds. Rodrigo here. Rodrigo Shuzai is riding Cornet. And they start on a championship score of 4. Steady as they come round to this parallel that brings you down to the combination, sitting back. Still clear today so far. Well, they finish with a clear round, and that is a really well-ridden round to give themselves that 4 penalty score. As they started with today, they get a clear for Rodrigo Shuzai there for Hungary. So the Hungarian riders going well, of course, on the 4 there, Rodrigo, Johanna, one of the clears. Now Austria. Also on a championship score of 4 so far. This is Jana Worm riding Cabello. So Austria's individual goes next. Down towards the combination. Still clear. There's one fence left to go to finish on the 4 for the championships. 3 rounds so far, and that is exactly what they've done. So clear round and 4 for the championship for Jana and Cabello for Austria.
0 il risultato della chiusura ed ottima di Cabello.
Certainly expect the riders on 4 to be able to get themselves into the top 30. Certainly giving themselves a great opportunity. So there we have another on 4, but now the chance for another on a clear, because it's Kaja Kroprek riding here for Slovenia. Rides at Concordia 41. This also on a 0 score as they start out in the 3rd round of the championship, looking to continue that run of clears so far and become the 3rd combination to finish round 3 of the championship still on a 0 score. Well, what a shame. They've just come to a stop, coming down into the combination. And of course, that could well bring up time penalties as well here today. After 2 days of clear rounds, now on the 4. They are going to go into time as well. And sadly, still haven't actually touched a fence. It was a stop that's caused the problem. Well, they end up on a score of 14 today, and that for the championship as well really makes a big swing for them, sadly, after what Kyra has been doing, which has looked so good. So such a shame.
La gara di Kaja Kropek.
Still actually never touched a fence. It was the stop and the time that brought the score. Well, we're back with riders now on a 4 penalty score. We've got 5 more individuals to go before we take the break ahead of the teams. It is Marie-Therese Monenberg Larsen riding here with Champagne KS. That's Defex fence, the first part of the double now. Just getting calmed down. I think it perhaps just a little bit off put after it had the problem at the fence before.
Il risultato della gara. Champagne KS.
Well, they finish on that total of 8. So it is 8 faults for Marie-Therese Monenberg Larsen and Champagne today, which makes 12 for the championship. Next to go, another on 4, Gaia Vila riding Flo Cooper for Slovenia. The championship score also 4. Coming in on the championship score of 12, it's a score of 8 so far today. With one more fence left to jump, they clear the last. And 12 it is for Gaia Vila. So 12 there for the Slovenian rider. Next to go, also on a score of 4, is a Dutch combination. Monica LH. FEI Louise Vos in the saddle. One of 3 individuals left to go. Well, the plank costing them as well. And they finish on that 8 penalty score. It is just the plank that goes down that pushes them on 4 more. So 8 for the championship, 4 for the day for FEI Louise Vos. So 2 to go, 1 for the Netherlands, 1 for Switzerland, before we turn our attention to teams jumping. But these 2 are both on a 0 score so far. Clear so far for the championship. Liv Linson, who's gone so well over the past couple of days, rides Cine WZ for the Dutch. The combination getting underway now. You've been so strong over the last 2 days and riding a very strong round here on day 3. But the last is gone. It's the final fence that goes down for Liv Linson, and still there's just 2 that have successfully managed 3 rounds of clears. And unfortunately for Liv Linson, she drops back on to that score of 4. Still just Joanna Fabian and Daphne Guti that have managed to go 3 rounds clear. But there is another that could here. Noah Prefier von Astulen riding here with Rockdevan. It's the last individual for the teams. Of course, all the team riders will also continue to accumulate individual scores. But this is Noah's turn to try and be number 3 ahead of that on 0. clear through the combination. It's not over till they jump the last. We saw what happened a moment ago. Can Noah manage these final two fences without any trouble? Just one to go. And they're clear to give us another clear round. And that makes three that have successfully finished 3 rounds of jumping on a 0 score. Noah Preferva understood, and then we'll go into the individual final with a 0 score for Switzerland.
Il giovane cavaliere svizzero ha dato chiusura a tutta quella che è stata la prima parte dedicata ai children che partecipano al titolo individuale.
3 of the children's riders have managed to go clear over 3 rounds. Stephanie Goniti, Hoyan Fabian and Noah Prefer van Ulsten. There are still, though, several riders that stand a chance because they will all be part of the teams, but the teams is our focus. In 30 minutes' time, we get started with the 10 teams.
E a questo punto
course,
30 minuti a
on
disposizione
offer
per un break e a disposizione naturalmente
between those 10 teams. It's going to be awfully
ricognizione del
close,
percorso
and it's going to
che
be
non avesse,
fascinating. It's going to be exciting here for the
appunto
FEI Jumping
preso
European Championships.
conoscenza del
The
tracciato.
children's team
Ci rivediamo
final
qui
is upon
intorno
us in
alle
30 minutes' time.
10:35.
We have now time for a second walk of the course for all the riders that need it.
Welcome all to the FEI Jumping European Championships in Gorla Minore. It is the team final for the children here at this year's 2023 Championships. 10 teams have qualified to come forward to the final. The 6 of these teams are all dead level. The other 4 just 1 fence equivalent behind, 4 penalties off. It really is all to play for across these 4 riders in each of the teams. The top 3 scores from each of the 4 will count towards their team score today, which will be added to the score from the previous 2 rounds of jumping. The very, very best of luck to each and every one of them. It is Portugal, Belgium, Poland, Great Britain, the Czech Republic, France, Spain, Ireland, Italy, and Germany that are competing for the podium here and those medals that will be awarded at the end of this round of jumping. Well, of course, all of their scores individually will count towards their own individual totals here at the Championships, the individual final coming up over the weekend. But it is the team that is our primary concern as we see we are set to start. With the first for Portugal on IMB, it is Felipe Miguel's Multa de Costa, the first to go. Jump to clear on the opening day, struggled with that problem on day 2. But is still leading the line for the Portuguese team on day 3. This team starting on a team score of 8 here in this second round of jumping. Down to 5. Now, this left-handed swing towards the double. Single stride. 5 strides and down to the plank, which has gone. Loop round to this parallel. Eight strides down to the combination single strided upright parallel. And this 7 strides on a slight curve from 9 to 10. And the first part of the final line going as well, so 2 fences fallen. And I believe that to be a score of 8 as they cross the line, the first to go there for Portugal. So that was Philippe and IMB. In fact, it is a score of 12 there. Perhaps one of the parts of the combination went down as well. Now to the first of the riders for Belgium, and a rider that has gone clear so far throughout these championships. It is Clementine Lux riding Cash de Clear. And they come back towards this upright at 4. Here's the plank standing. Into the final line. And there's a clear. They continue that run of clears. Brilliant for them, for the team, for Belgium, and of course for them as an individual. Clementine Lux goes clear. So what a great start for the team. Cash de la Cure, Clementine Lux sets the clear.
E adesso invece sarà la volta di Silver Star.
Now, another rider that has been going clear throughout is Nadia Lehmann, the first of the riders for Poland, rides the Silver Star. Third of these 10 teams, 23 teams started out. Now, down to these 10. But what a great start for Belgium now. Poland looking to follow suit. Through the combination. Now round to these final 4 fences. Well, there we go. You can tell by the reaction just what it means as Poland go clear as well. It is a brilliant round for Nadia Lehmann and Silver Star. The Polish team making sure that they're not going to be left behind, and Nadia continuing that perfect run as well. Well, now to Great Britain, the first of the British riders in a similar situation, clear on both days so far. The only British rider to have achieved that, it is Darcy Breen, the pathfinder for Great Britain on Cunis. The British team on a team score of 4 starting out today. Giving ourselves plenty of space coming from the plank back round now into this line down to the combination, these 8 strides. Darcy now coming into these final 3 fences. Daughter, of course, of Shane and Chloe Breen. One more to go. Starting things off for the British team. And starting in style as she continues that perfect run of fences. Clear, clear, clear. Through 3 rounds of jumping. It's a brilliant start for Great Britain. It's a brilliant round from Darcy Breen. And it keeps her, of course, very much in contention for an individual medal. But it couldn't be better in terms of the start for Great Britain as well. With the clears coming from Belgium and Poland, and Great Britain now follows suit, and that just adds to the pressure for each of the riders now that begin to follow. The Czech Republic start up next on a score of 8 as a team, riding Timur. This is Teresa Abdikova, clear on day 1, 4 on day 2. Now for day 3. And that's gone. It's a long way off, but obviously if there is a tie for a medal, then there would be a jump off, and that jump off would involve all the team riders. If there is a tie for a position outside of the medals, then they are placed equal. On the 4, as far as I can see. Well, that makes 8 at least. So the Czech Republic off and running, but with fences down for Teresa Rakova there and Timur. So it was clear in 4, and now I believe picking up an 8 full score. It is indeed. So that was Teresa Rakova.
We have for France as first line for France.
So for France, and to a team that start like Great Britain had on a score of 4, it is their first rider and another that has been clear on both occasions so far. Zoe Berolleri riding here with Arancana Mesperier. Coming to this Stefex double in 5 strides down. You've got to shorten up a little bit to get to the plank. Rides with wonderful positivity, very forward. Two more fences for the first of the French riders. Landing over that final fence to France as well with a clear, and Zoe with a triple clear. So Zoe Vachion-Lydie and Alcana Mesperier there for France, starting things off very, very well. Of course, getting the clears on the board early for your team really helps alleviate any problems that might come a little later. But France off and running very well. There's a lot of strength at the start of these teams, and the strength here for Spain, because their first rider is also clear so far. It is Herziera Garamendia Arroya and Teresa Jacques. Clear in both rounds so far. Full of concentration, working very, very nicely together as a partnership. Into this final line we are then for the first of the team from Spain, and the clear round as well with Teresa Jacques and Heisa Garamendia Arroya there to follow up. And it's another rider on triple clear. Spain, of course, starting on the 4 as one of those leading teams. All the leading teams, the 6 of them on 4 faults coming in to today. 3 more teams to go in the opening rotation of riders. It's Lily Turney now, and this is Caravaggio. Caravaggio. The scores on days 1 and 2, 19 and 12. Ireland, of course, leading in the other two categories here at the European Championships in the juniors and the young riders going into their final team days. The young riders team final coming up this afternoon. Was just playing with its head a little bit. It just came off the bridle a little bit in the middle of that line, and that is really unfortunate. She's had a couple of difficult rounds over the last 2 days, and the faith's certainly been laid in her and as the opening rider for the team, but she was riding a really calm and effective round, and then it was just that flash moment where the horse just lifted its head and came off the bridle, and the last thing you need when you're 2 fences or 2 strides out from a treble combination. Nothing she could do. Certainly a horse and rider with plenty of ability. Well, inevitably time penalties will come into play as well. So down over that final fence. And it is the stop for the jumping for Lily Tunney. And Caravaggio there as the first out for Ireland.
Final falls 36 for Caravaggio.
So 36 with the time added in. So of course will be held as a discard. All the teams will be able to discard one of their 4 scores. It's only the top 3 scores from their riders that count. This is the Italian team now on home soil looking for a medal here with their first rider. This is Giorgia Baldi riding Carival Vanti Krastohov. Into this double.
Grande Giorgia e grande prestazione.
Sounds good. Looks good. Clear. And Italy start strong with a clear as well. So very well done. It's back and in business for the Italians. That starts them off very, very well. Now to Germany. The other team on a equal share of the lead starting out today, and Yoli Marikuna now riding Diallo, another rider that hasn't touched a pole as of yet. She's been clear on both days, and the clear rounds that we're seeing, I always think in these sort of team events, once you get the clears starting to roll, then of course fences falling just one here or there can make a massive difference, because you start to work on very small margins. And we come. Looks beautifully balanced through that combination. This will complete as well the first rotation of riders from each of the teams. Germany, the final team in the draw. And at the moment, so far, it looks to be so good for the first of Team Germany. Jolie Kuna goes clear as well to set the standard for those in her team in perfect style. So we have now seen the opening rider from each of the teams. Belgium, Poland, France, Spain, Great Britain, Italy and Germany all managing a 0 score. Of course, that works to the advantage of Great Britain, France, Spain, Italy and Germany, who are all tied up there at the top. But we now move into the second rotation of riders. Marina Ines Zacharias riding C Invictus Z. It's only when you get to the second and third riders you really start to realise how this is all going to pan or start to perhaps pan out, because at the moment it's easy to understand that all of the teams could yet finish where they started if their riders continue to jump clear. Portugal, though, with a 12 penalty score from their first rider. Maria, who had 8 on both day 1 and day 2. Well, Portugal wanting to keep themselves in the hunt for medals here, and that they've just done. Because having recovered from 2 difficult rounds in the opening 2 days, a superb clear from Maria Ines Zacharias there. And C Invictus Z delivering for the Portuguese team, and therefore they can stay on that best potential outcome of 8 as it stands. Now we have Belgium, who also started on that 8 penalty score, but also had the advantage of the clear from Clementine Lux as their first rider. Their second rider is Arda Lamberts, and this ride is Opium van de Kalkoemerschen, for a rider that picked up 4 on day 1, 8 on day 2. And now perhaps looking for that elusive clear round here on day 3. The first part of that double, the back rail's gone. So that for Xander Lamberts so far. But they have got the clear, as we know, so that whatever happens, they can still and will still be on a best potential outcome of 8 after this round. We've seen throughout the individual elements this morning a very jumpable course, but it can easily catch you out. Down towards the prestige fence with the tray underneath it, and over the final fence it is the 4 for Xander Lamberts as the round there for Belgium, which means they at the moment still on a best potential outcome of 8 as they started, just like the team from Portugal. Well, next to go is Poland, who also started today on a score of 8, and also today has started with a clear round coming from Nadia Lehmann and Silver Star. The next to go is Alicia Kosmol and Clearwater PPZ. Difficult day 1, but a brilliant day 2 when they jumped the clear for the team. What does this final team round have in store for the second of the riders for the team from Poland? Gorla's just pulling a little bit. She's just having to work quite hard just to keep the horse between her leg and her hand. Now just going a little bit over to the right, but straightening up, jumping the last and jumping it clear. Well done, Alicia. Make sure she gets another clear in the team rounds for Poland. Poland made a big rise to get themselves up into the top 10, and it's certainly paying dividends now. So they stick with the 8. They're one clear away from finishing on an 8. That is 2 clears from 2 rounds. You just get the feeling, don't you, a little bit later, I can't see that we're not going to end up in a jump off for the medals here today. I'd be absolutely gobsmacked if we don't. We'll see, because now it's Emily Gulliver, the British team, on a team score of 4. Have had the perfect start from Darcy Breen with a clear. Emily Gulliver now, who rides here with her Fleur de Nuit 8. Emily, who jumped a clear yesterday, picked up 4 on the opening day. Of course, the opening day, the teams start with 5 riders. They then have the opening 1-round competition, of which they then use the best 3 scores from those 5 riders. They then select the 4 riders for the team. Those 4 competing yesterday and again today in the team with the best 3 scores from each counting. Now coming down into this penultimate line. More to go. And Great Britain making sure, as the first of the teams on 4, they put the pressure on all of those to come. And look what it means to her. Emily Gulliver delivers a clear. And Fleur de Nuit 8 is safely round. And that means now Great Britain 1 clear away from ensuring that they finish where they started. To say it's unbelievably close the way it's going to turn out today. So we will see. Well, this is the Czech Republic. They on a team score of 8 and an 8 from their opening rider. Andriana Hakakrova riding Ben Hur. Clear on day 1, 4 on day 2. Well, they, unfortunately, with the fence, it is 8 faults as a score there, and that counts for the Czech Republic, who now move on to a score of 16 as a best potential outcome. So next up, we're back with the teams on 4. Great Britain have already put the pressure on now, because as the first of the 4 fault teams from what we've seen, now we see how the others will fare. France up next. And here we have the round for Louis Jacques with Silver Depot. So important to get down this line carefully first and foremost. Round they come down to the parallel. They've had 4. And that going as well. Suddenly, difficulties for France. They'll finish on a score of 8, but they can, for the moment, rely on that being a discard score, and it does mean that at the moment they still are able to finish on 4, but it adds to the pressure to their final 2 riders. Now for Spain, similar situation, clear with the opening rider, and now onto their second rider in this rotation. Halloween is the horse. Miriam Merdos Bordet is in the saddle here for the Spanish children's team. This is coming to the start, a rider that has scored a clear on day 1, 4 on day 2. Still clear coming down to the combination now. Two fences away from a clear round here for the Spanish team. That just got dragged into that second to last. You could see just not quite able to keep the control she needed. So it is a score of 4, and that means that Spain, for the moment though, are also on a best potential outcome of 4. But unlike Great Britain, both France and Spain now holding discard scores. So we've seen 3 of the teams on 4. Now for the first of the other 3 teams on 4, it's Ireland. Now the pressure has been applied to the final 3 riders for Ireland because of the discard already being held as a 36 from Lily Turney. So Ruby Lily Gaines now, who has jumped to clear and 4 over the opening 2 rounds, is needing to deliver a clear round here with Castle Lux Clover to keep the Irish where they started and on a tie for the lead at the moment. But it's gone and it counts. So 4 moves Ireland on to 8. Round she comes back towards fence 8. Down to the combination. And I think a part of the combination's gone as well because the score's now 8. So Ireland moving on to a best potential outcome of 12 at the moment. to composure though, but it is an 8 penalty score for the Irish, and therefore it moves the team onto a best potential score of 12. So 2 more riders to go in this second rotation of riders. It is Italy next, started with the clear from Giorgia Baldi. Now it is Tommaso Zorzi riding Barbary de Terdix. Tommaso, who jumped for 4 and clear over the opening rounds so far here at these FEI European Championships in Gorla Minore. The Italians would love a medal on home soil. They love a gold medal. Ticking all the boxes so far. Gets over that tricky little plank at the end of the 5 strides. Round they come to fence 8. Keeping their eye as they come round the corner. In on the fence, down to the combination. Middle of the combination's gone for the score. Italy, though, will hold this round as a discard for the moment. Over the final fence, it is the 4 for the second of the Italian riders. And that, for the moment, means the team can still finish on 4. But as we know, pressure on the final 2.
Si torna in Germania e dopo la bella prestazione di Julie Marie Kühner sarà la volta di Colin Sorg in sella Casillas.
Germany and the final rider in this second rotation. It is Colin Sorg riding Casillas the second. The clear and 4 for Colin so far. Clear already from Julie Marie Kühner means that it's been a fabulous start for Germany. But like the other teams, that 6 teams starting out today with a share of the lead. So far, only one of those teams has managed to get clears from both of its first 2 riders. That's Great Britain. Can Germany be the second? Of course, there'll still be plenty of twists and turns ahead of us. And some strong opening rounds for the teams. Meaning that they're all able, on the whole, to hold their faults as discards for the moment. And this is a very impressive round here so far from Colin Sorg and Casillas, with just 2 fences left to jump to secure the second clear for Germany in this team final at the European Championships. As they jump the last, it is the clear, and Germany, like Great Britain, with 2 clears on the board and getting very close to being able to secure a score of 4 that they started on today. I really am going to be surprised if we don't have a jump off today at some point for one of these medals. We will see. Now, we're halfway through. So, halfway through the team jumping, we take a short break for 10 minutes, and then we will be back with you for the second half of the team's final round. As it stands at the moment, Great Britain, France, Spain, Italy and Germany could all yet finish on the score that they started on of 4 as their best potential outcome. 8 for Poland, for Belgium and Portugal, and then on a score of 12, Ireland and the Czech Republic on 16. To finish on those scores, it would require clears from their riders still to come, But there are twists and turns aplenty, I'm sure. Great excitement as we build through to the podium celebrations a little later. We'll come back in a few minutes.
Ebbene signori, a questo punto tra qualche istante noi andremo a riprendere con la parte decisiva di gara, perché quest'oggi la Equinox Arena sta ospitando la finalissima Team Competition riservata al campionato d'Europa Children 2023. In questo momento Polonia, Gran Bretagna e Germania sono tutte squadre che stanno proseguendo a zero. E noi riprenderemo dai terzi rappresentanti di ogni team.
We're about to start the final part with third and fourth of each team. We have 3 teams with a double clear: Germany, Great Britain and Poland.
Si riprende la gara.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go with the third and fourth rider from each of these 10 teams that are battling it out for the gold medal here at these FEI European Jumping Championships in Minore for the youth. It is the final elements of the children's team competition. And as it stands, it is all very, very close. It started off with 6 teams dead level of the 10 and only the other 4 just a fence behind. Well, now we're going to really start to see how this could potentially turn out. Maybe yet with a jump off, we will see. But this is Portugal and Diana Fiera Pinto with SQD. The team that started on 8 could yet finish on 8 today, but are holding a 12 penalty discard with a 12 and a clear so far from their first 2 riders. Importantly for Diana as well, she's been double clear so far over the opening 2 rounds. So looking to continue that run. And, oh no! And that, you just would never have expected. She's jumped so well over the last couple of days. And unfortunately, that is elimination after what has been such a brilliant championship for them. But it means now Portugal move on to a best potential score of 20 with 1 rider still to go.
Belgium. Third to go for Belgium is Chloe Hoste.
Parliamo del Belgio e parliamo del terzo rappresentante della squadra, è Chloe Hoste in sella a Valérian de Moyon. Chloe Hoste a 0 e 4 nelle sue prime 2 prestazioni.
Well, this is the turn of Belgium. They have a clear and a 4 so far, also starting their day on 8, could yet finish their day on 8. Chloe Hoste and Variana de Moyon. Clear and 4 over the 2 days of jumping so far. These children jumping a height of 1.30 meters in this final. No trouble getting in or getting out of the double for them. But we saw with Portugal just how quickly things can turn. But Belgium needing 2 clear rounds now from Chloe and from Estelle, the final rider, to finish on the 8 faults that they started on today and give themselves any chance of perhaps getting a medal. Well, so far so good for this young lady with 2 fences to go. One more. Jumps the last, jumps the cliff, and Belgium continue with every chance to finish on the 8 that they started on today, because they have 2 clears. At worst, it would be 12, but they still have 1 rider to go. They continue to hold the 4 as a discard. So great news for Belgium, keeping them there. As next to go is Poland, and Poliana Solinik riding Die Clean Lady. Now a clear round here wraps it up for Poland in terms of their score for today, because they have the 2 clears on the board already. They, though, started 1 fence away from the leading pack, so therefore it would be 8 to finish on. Got away with a little bit of a rub there. Clear and 4 over those first 2 rounds. A clear round now, as I say, and it just ensures the pressure comes off the final rider. It's up to the Polish team then, obviously, if the final rider needs to jump, but they've got to get this done first. Clear out of the combination. Three fences left. Swings round to the right into this final line, the 6 strides to the finish. But the back rail goes. Well, you just don't know. And it is 4. For the moment, then, Poland stay on a best potential outcome of 8. They're in an identical situation to Belgium, where they're holding a 4 penalty discard with 2 clears recorded. So Poliana Solinek there with Die Clean Lady, but it does bring into play their final rider. Great Britain next to go, and Great Britain, the first of those teams on that leading score of 4, starting out today, and they've started out with 2 clear rounds from their opening 2 riders. So likewise, a clear now ensures that they will finish at the top, and then it's down to the others as to whether they can take them to a jump off. This is a absolutely key round for their 3rd rider, Sienna Lani, Bermuda BDA, who's jumped 4 and clear over the 2 days so far. Clears from Darcy Bream and Emily Gulliver. Combination out the way, 4 fences to jump. Got a little bit deep, needs to ride her way forward. These final line of fences has proved tricky for 1 or 2. Gets the first part out the way. Jumps this to ensure that Great Britain will finish on the score they've started. And it means that they are guaranteed to be at the top. Is it enough to take them straight to a gold medal, or will it take them to a jump off? Only time will tell. But Great Britain there with a perfect score as Sienna Lani delivers for the British team, alongside Darcy Breed and Emily Gulliver, and still to go Sila Van Bulow for the British quartet. It's now down to the rest to make sure that they finish on the 4 and push the British team into a jump-off. So to the Czech Republic, though, who at best could finish on a score of 16. They with Albert Pisrik here and Chapo 2. Albert, who has been the strongest performer of the Czech team with the 2 clears so far. but that has gone. And his run of clears, in terms of an individual hope, comes to its end. Means the Czech Republic now, he's had another fence down as well, so he is on 8, and it moves the team onto a score of 24. They finish, and it's a total of 12, which will become the discard for the moment. What a shame after such a brilliant 2 rounds of jumping we'd seen in the past days from Albert, but 12 scored today. So, next to go is France, and plenty to think about here, because France have that chance to push the British team into a jump-off, but to do that they need a clear round now from both of their final riders. They're holding an 8 penalty discard. This is Melina Bouliet riding Cannabis Delabain, and has scored clear and 4 over the opening days so far. Answering question after question and getting them right. 4 fences to go. France needing this clear. Melina trying to give the team that possibility of still dreaming for the gold, and that dream is still alive, because that clear round keeps the French team on that score of 4. But they will now rely on Maxime Brickle, their final rider, to deliver as well. So now to Spain, and it's the same story here, because with a clear and a 4 so far to finish on the score of 4, which is what Great Britain and France are currently on. They also need a clear round here from Lucas Morata Soria, and It's My Life. They have the fence. They'll move on to a best potential score of 8. Coming up to this Stefex. Oh dear, trouble in the Stefex fences. Well, the bell has gone as well. They just landed uncomfortably, and it sadly has brought those faults onto the scoreboard. It means that Spain's chance of the gold has gone. But now it's about keeping calm and recovering well, because the moment means that Spain only dropped back onto a score of 8. So they're only 1 fence away. It brings them into play with Belgium and Poland. Just trying to settle everything back down here. Well, full marks to Lucas there. Came back to the fence he'd had the problem at, rode it really, really well. Now time inevitably will have a little bit of an impact. Time allowed sitting at 86 seconds. You would expect perhaps a couple of time penalties, although he's kept moving. He's not quite going to get inside that time allowed. He's on the 12 for jumping. Gone into time. And picks up a few time penalties to bring the score to 16 in the end there. So 16 the score. At the moment held as the discard, Lucas Moritz-Soria there. And the Spanish team moving on to a score of 8. And they still have one rider to go. Now it is Ireland. 3 riders left in this third rotation. Ireland, who have had a difficult start, now on a best potential score of 12, bring forward Alice Maloney and Cosima. It's a combination also making a good impression individually with double clear round of jumping so far. So looking from an individual standpoint to keep that on track. So far, doing what she's done for the last 2 rounds of jumping. Just riding every stride as it comes. Just tiny little rub at the front of that, but it stays, and it stays up for the clear. And Alice Maloney there goes clear for Ireland to ensure she stays on target for an individual medal. And it means that Ireland stay on that best potential score today of 12. Just seen them just sort of drop back from those leading teams as it stands. Huge round for the Italians in their hunt for the gold now, because they need a clear from Giorgia Grismamo and Lacoste the third. A clear and a 4 so far, ensuring that they need clears from their final 2. And Italy would love to be there on home soil here in Gorla Minore. But a real pressure round of jumping here. For 4 on the opening day, jump clear on the second day. Now to the combination. 8 strides on the curb. And another clear round so far, with 4 to come as they loop back towards fence 10. Jump the first now to the end of this line. Oh dear, they just got too deep, and with that, it is sadly the fence going down, and the faults of 4 push Italy away from the dream of a gold here today in the children's teams European Championships, because it means now, in fact, there's time involved there as well. 7 becomes a discard score, and it moves the Italian team on to a score of 8 as a best potential outcome. So we know that Great Britain are guaranteed the 4 with 3 clears. We know that France could yet finish on a score of 4 and push the British into a jump off. But with this next round, the Germans could send it immediately to a jump off, because the other team that started today level on that leading score was Germany. And just like the British, with their third rider coming in, they have 2 clears recorded already. So 1 clear from either of the final 2, and it guarantees that Great Britain will have to jump off for the gold. Now, this is Luis Colner, clear and 4 on the opening 2 rounds, riding here with Dress for Success. It's a pressure round. Luis will also know there is another rider to come, and they need a clear from 1 of the 2 of them. Picking out that stride, going nicely through that combination. Two fences away from sending it into a jump off for the gold medal here. And it will be a jump off because Germany are clear. 100% guaranteed. The jump off will come a little later. There's still another rotation of riders, but with perfect performances from the opening 3 from Germany and Great Britain, we know that the gold and the silver will certainly be battled out in a jump off, but we must remind ourselves that France have the opportunity still to join them, and that could make it a 3-way jump off for the 3 team medals on the top of the podium here. There is a lot still to be decided upon here at these European Championships. We now, though, go into the 4th rotation. And, of course, this is Portugal, Martin Ribeiro and Florvina T. So with the teams we know, Germany, Great Britain, we know that France could yet finish on the 4 and join them in the jump off for a gold medal. Of course, if France were to have a pole down when we get to them, it would mean that the French team would finish on a score of 8. Unfortunately, it's a stop there for the Portuguese as final rider. They're able at best to finish on 20. But I mention this because if France have a pole down and finish on 8, it then means there will also be a separate jump off, which will happen first, for the bronze medal if other teams are also on 8. And when you consider that Belgium, Poland, Spain and Italy are all on a best potential outcome of 8, there is every chance that there is a lot to fight over here in this final round as it moves forward. So it's going to be essential for the teams that could finish on 8 to do so. And then it'll be down to that absolutely vital round from the final rider for France, because they're holding a 4 as a discard. And when it comes to it, if they jump a clear, it'll be a jump off for the gold. And if not, it could well be a jump off for the bronze. Well, it's 11 for Martin Ribeiro as Portugal there. It hasn't quite gone their way today. They will finish on a score of 31.
23 for Portugal. Final score for Portugal, 31.
31 as a team score. So here we go with Belgium. This is what I was saying, because they, at the moment, on a best potential score of 8, but they need a clear from Estelle van Trier and High Life 25. They have 2 clears out of 4. Point being is that France, when they get to them, at worst would finish on 8. So therefore Belgium have to deliver the clear to keep their hopes of a bronze medal alive. So far, so good. Time absolutely fine, I would suggest. Or is it? They're going to get a little closer than I thought to the clock, actually. But they've jumped it clear. They're tight, but they're just in. 85.14, 86 seconds. Didn't look as slow as I thought it did, but at the end of it all, it doesn't matter because Belgium are done and finished on a score of 8. It is a clear round for Estelle.
And clear is the result in this final stage for Belgium. That keeps 8.
So Belgium keep themselves there if France falter to jump off potentially for a bronze medal. But now it's Poland and they wish to be part of that jump off if it happens. There's a lot of ifs at the moment, but they need Poland to jump a clear to ensure they also finish on that 8 fault score. But it won't be for Poland because that will have to count. And it means that the Polish team today will finish on a total of 12 because they were holding a 4 as a discard. And sadly there for Margarita Barozinska and Hapelina, it really hasn't worked out in the team second round. Well, disappointment for them, but now just letting the arena team put everything back together again. There's the bell to restart. Really well done. And out over the plank as well. So now they come back and keep this round going. You have to remember how well all these teams have done. Just to get into the top 10 teams is such a big achievement when you consider that we started out this week with 23 teams in the children's category. And they still might get inside the time here. They have. 20 is the score for the final rider for Poland, which will be the discard. So therefore it is that team total of 12 penalties for Poland. Next to go, it is Great Britain, guaranteed to jump off for the gold medal, but still letting their fourth rider come out because they know they're going to need her in a jump off potentially. And of course she has her individual scores to worry about as well. It is Sula Van Bulow. She jumped for 4 on both occasions so far. Riding Dabel. The British team looking to finish on a high here. Be a great confidence boost. But unfortunately, actually, she's had another fence down this round. It's the clears that have come from Darcy Breen, Emily Gulliver and Sienna Lani that have seen the British guaranteed a medal here today. Question is, what colour will it be? Because at the moment, that is an open question. Smart rounder jumping just the 4 at the end of it all. It's a total of 4 for the team. Then, as we know, across the team competition for Great Britain, they finish on 0 today, and the 4 overall. Will Great Britain be in a jump-off for gold and silver with Germany, or will it be gold, silver and bronze with France? That's the question at the moment, which we can't answer until we get to France in the draw. And before that, it is the Czech Republic and their final rider. It is Václav Humplik here and Pythagoras de Gorla, the Czech team now on a best potential score of 24. Václav, who jumped for clear and 4 over the opening 2 rounds of jumping. Well done to Václav Humplik there, jumping a wonderful clear round for the Czech Republic to finish on a high note and finish on that score of 24. So we now come to France. They're holding a discard of 8 and with 2 clears recorded. They started today on a score of 4. A clear round ensures that they go into a jump-off for the gold medal. In fact, it will then be a jump-off to decide the gold, silver and bronze with Great Britain and Germany. A fence down would ensure that they then go into a jump-off with at least Belgium. 2 fences down, and it would let Belgium move up into the bronze medal position, and then it will be down to Spain and Italy to see if they can join them. This is Maxime Brickle and Balenciaga de Gandhi. They've been clear throughout this show so far. They've not touched a pole. Just to remind you as well, when we go into the jump-offs, all the riders will be called upon. Down to the combination. Clear so far. 4 fences left. The final line to take them into a jump-off for a gold medal here for France to join Great Britain and Germany. And that they've done. Handled the pressure quite brilliantly, and it ensures that the French team will go into the jump-off with Maxime Brickle there and Balenciaga de Gandhi. It also guarantees France, Great Britain and Germany a medal, because those 3 teams now will battle it out for gold, silver and bronze in the jump-off.
Because we have 3 teams definitely that will go through the jump.
Now it is Spain. The medals, we know the 3 teams that will take the medals. We don't know what order, but now it is for the others to battle it out down the order. Spain looking to finish on an 8, which would give them a tie of 4th place here in the championship, with Celso Rodriguez and Carlin de Ramos. Well, what more could we have wanted? Put a jump off to decide the 3 medals. That is what we've got coming up a little later. But now Spain looking to finish strongly, and also Xie, who has jumped clear on both rounds so far, is looking to add to that list of treble clears in terms of individual honours, and that they've done to ensure as well that the Spanish team finish on 8th and will finish an equal 4th here today.
Arriva e chiude a 0 la chiusura da parte di Claude de la Mosas, Spagna, che chiude a 4 questi giro decisivo e a 8 totale.
So now 3 more riders to go in the 4th rotation, the team jumping. It is Ireland next up. Ireland, who are going to be in a very strong position in the young riders. They lead that later. They'll be in a strong position in the juniors tomorrow. They lead that, but it hasn't quite come together for them in the children's category. But still, their individuals going very well. They've seen Alice Maloney continue that run of clears. Now Cian McMahon could do so as well with limited edition as their last rider. Cian looking to finish the Irish team on a score of 12, which would tie them with Poland. But it has fallen, and as they hold discard of 36, it means they now move on to a score of 16. Sadly for Cian, of course, from an individual standpoint, he drops a fence behind those treble clears. Finishing on the 4.
Per quanto riguarda le penalità e la chiusura,
it is a 4-fault score, and therefore 16 is the score at the end of it all for the Irish team.
4 for Cian McMahon, 12 for today, and 16 is the
well, 2 riders left to go, both of which have gone clear throughout this event over the 2 days so far. Now, though, it's the final rider for Italy looking for that share of 4th place here, with Lavinia Labrosco riding Oberon van den Berg. There are 11 riders so far that have gone triple clear in terms of the individual rankings, and that could yet reach 13 if Lavinia and then the final rider for Germany also go clear. Into the final line we go for Lavinia Labosco for Italy. With 1 fence to go. and jumps it to go clear. And that means that the Italian team will take that to 8-fault score at the finish as a team. And therefore also that gives Lavinia the clear round to make her the 12th rider to still be clear throughout the course of this show so far.
All competitions, 8 votes for Italy. And we see now the last to go for Germany, Brianne Beerbaum.
So now to the final rider for Germany. It is Brianne Beerbaum. And riding here with Carlucci 20. Brianna, we know, will be taking a medal today because Germany guaranteed with 3 clears from 3 riders that spot in the jump off to battle it out for gold, silver and bronze. But Brianna also wanting to add to that list of triple clears across this event so far. What a confidence boost it'll be for the German team if they were to get this clear round, because they would then be the only team going into the jump-off that had all 4 riders go clear. And again in the jump-off, it'll be the best 3 scores and those combined times that will give us the result in that jump-off round. If you've got a team that are firing on all cylinders with all 4 riders, then perhaps that gives you an advantage. But the pressure, which has already been there on these young riders, on these children, is only about to get even bigger, because there we have it. Germany looking absolutely imperious. Brianne Beerbaum finishes it off with the clear. Brianne Beerbaum then on the clear, and that is a clear round. It's a full house of clears for the German team, who now go into a jump-off with Great Britain and France. We know the 3 teams that will stand on the podium. Who, though, gets gold, silver, and takes the bronze? The jump-off will decide here in the FEI European Championships in Gorla Minore for 2023. The course will now be prepared. We riders will be getting set, and then we head against the clock. It will be Great Britain, it will be France, and it will be Germany. It's been an unbelievable story that has written itself here, but the final chapter is there with a blank page at the moment. We'll find out who will have the happy story very, very soon with you here in Italy. So don't go too far. There's a jump off for a gold medal coming up very soon.
E poi 10-11 e la chiusura sul numero 12.
So 3 teams will go in the jump off, and this is the round of the jump off. Fences number 1, 2, 15, the new obstacle, 9B, 9C, 10, 11 and 12. This is a jump off round.
Sì, 1, 2, 3, prova, sì. Sì, sì.